earlier today, Minnesota lawmakers were targeted in what is being called by authorities targeted political violence. A manhunt is now underway for the gunman who was impersonating a police officer. Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman was killed. State Senator John Hoffman was wounded in this targeted political violence. A Minnesota state representative and her husband were shot and killed. And a state senator and his wife were shot and wounded in an act of targeted political violence at their homes on Saturday, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said. And because of that, the No Kings event in Northeast Minneapolis had been canceled due to a shelter-in-place order following this politically motivated shooting of 2 elected officials. They're Democrats, by the way. Apparently, the manifesto, the shooter had a cop car, like a fake cop car, was dressed up like a fake cop, and I don't know, it's a very suspicious situation. Obviously a horrible political violent act, but State Representative Melissa Hortman, a Democrat, and her husband were shot. Hortman, formerly the Speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives, was a formidable public servant, the governor said of his friend. She is irreplaceable. State Senator John Hoffman, a Democrat, and his wife were both shot multiple times and underwent surgery. We're cautiously optimistic they will survive this assassination attempt, Walz said. The 2 shooting locations are a few miles away from each other in Champlin and Brooklyn Park, just north of Minneapolis. Hortman and his wife were shot around 2 a.m. in Champlin. Superintendent of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, Drew Evans, said. After Hoffman was shot, officers were heading to proactively check on Hortman when they encountered the suspect at Hortman's home at around 3:35 a.m., Evans said. The officers found a person who was dressed as a police officer wearing a vest and a badge, with a taser and other equipment at the door coming out of Hortman's house. The suspect fired at the officers. Gunshots were exchanged, and the suspect was able to escape and flee on foot. The suspect's vehicle, which looked like a police vehicle, including police lights, was in Hortman's driveway. This is why I'm saying it's like incredibly suspicious. Was this an off-duty cop? Was this actually a cop? Was this, like, how does he have so much police gear? Obviously, you can buy a lot of police gear, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. How was he able to escape? It's just like shocking events unfolding in Minnesota amidst this nationwide protest movement that's also astroturf. So everything is messed up, and I'm here to obviously parse through it all for you and try to explain all of it to you, regardless of all the chaos. He apparently had a list. The shooter apparently had a list of possible targets that were retrieved from the suspect's vehicle. The list named Hortman and Hoffman. The list also included dozens of other Democrats from Minnesota, including Governor Walz, Representative Ilhan Omar, Tina Smith, and Attorney General Keith Ellison, according to law enforcement sources familiar with the matter. Law enforcement officials are looking into whether the suspect may have been motivated by extreme views on abortion, the sources said. Security resources have been dispatched to protect those people named on the list. The Capitol Police has said it's working with our federal, state, and local partners. President Donald Trump has been briefed on the shooting and said such horrific violence will not be tolerated. Yeah, dude. Famously, people who want to give women the right to have bodily autonomy are always gadded up, murdering Democratic congresspersons. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we don't know who the suspect is yet. There is no idea. That's like what people. There's a lot of misinformation flying around. Obviously, in normal circumstances, we don't cover breaking news like this. The reason why I'm bringing this up and giving you what the actual information that is like readily available in the media is because there is obviously a motive developing from the clues that the police have actually revealed about this person. There's obviously some suspicious aspects of this already, but as is the case with all breaking news online, one of the primary functions that I serve here is to look through all of the misinformation that is being disseminated by politically motivated actors that have no interest in telling you the truth whatsoever and have every interest in turning into this like political football. And the reason why I'm covering this right now is because like there's information out there where people are saying, oh, he had a No Kings flyer in his car. There's been no real information about this as far as I know from mainstream resources. People are claiming that he was a left-wing extremist, for example. Again, doesn't make sense when compared to who his targets were. Why would a left-wing extremist try to kill Ilhan Omar, for example? But yeah, it's just the notion that like this is a left-wing extremist doesn't make a lot of sense because Ilhan Omar would not be a target. You know,
leftists don't go violence.
Yeah, if you go to the official Twitter feed about this, and the top post are right-wing lunatics suggesting this guy was a liberal assassin hired to execute a state rep for an uncontroversial vote, and that Mel Luigi was in danger based on a TV interview she gave yesterday. People have lost their minds. Given the targeted shootings of state lawmakers overnight, we are asking the public to not attend today's planned demonstrations across Minnesota out of an abundance of caution. The photo is of flyers inside the vehicle. This is not flyers. These aren't flyers. Like, this is, again, it adds to the fakeness. It adds to the suspiciousness, okay? Do you understand? Like, every part of this is so nutty. Anyway, the list included U.S. Representative Ilhan Omar and U.S. Senator Tina Smith. Governor Tim Walz was on the list. In addition to Attorney General Keith Ellison, dozens of other Democrats from Minnesota were also included suspects on the list. This is what the law enforcement information revealed. So the idea that this guy is like a left-wing lunatic who also simultaneously wanted to go to the No Kings protest and wanted to participate in the No Kings protest and was like anti-Trump but also anti-Ilhan Omar is psychotic. Ilhan Omar is the most left-wing congressperson in the country. Like, literally, she is the most left-wing congressperson in the country. Anyway, Attorney General Pam Bondi says she's closely monitoring the situation. House Speaker Mike Johnson also condemned the violence, said every leader must unequivocally condemn it. Democratic National Committee Chair Ken Martin, formerly the Minnesota Democratic Party Chair, said he's friends with both Hoffman and Hortman. Speaker Hortman was a leader in every sense of the word, from ushering in free lunch for our kids, protecting women's rights and reproductive care, to standing up for Minnesota families. Martin said in a statement, Melissa was also a close friend whom I've known since the very start of her political career. She was someone I personally relied on for advice, counsel, and friendship. I am beyond words. As I said many times when I introduced her at events, she is the very best Speaker of the House that Minnesota has ever had. This senseless violence must end. These heinous murders are a reflection of the extremism and political violence that have been fomented in our country. Martin said, today we recommit ourselves to fight harder for the values that Melissa and Mark embodied, building a kinder, more just, and loving world. If this murderer thinks we will be silenced, he is wrong. With the manhunt ongoing, police are urging community members to be cautious. Brooklyn Park is under a shelter-in-place order. Police warned if an officer comes to your door, call 911 to confirm that the officer is supposed to be there. Police are asking that no one open their door to a lone police officer, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office said. Licensed officers are working in pairs. Walz warned, out of an abundance of caution, Minnesota should not attend any political rallies until the suspect is caught. So this is the last update from this situation. That's why the No Kings event in Northeast Minneapolis had been canceled. And I guess it's partially because, given the targeted shootings of the state lawmakers overnight, we're asking the public not to attend today's planned demonstrations across Minnesota out of an abundance of caution, said the official Twitter account for the Minnesota State Patrol. But this seems so stupid. You know what I mean? Like the fact that he had this in the car, I don't know what his plan was. Maybe he wanted to do a mass shooting at the protest or something. Local news has a suspect. Sources tell Associated Press, 57-year-old Vance Belter is sought in connection with the targeted attacks on House Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and Senator John Hoffman and their spouses. So this is now there is confirmation of the director of security patrols for the Praetorian Guard Security Services. No wonder how he had police level gear. He might have had, this is, if he is a residential armed home security licensed by the state of Minnesota, I suspect that is the reason why he had a cop car and was dressed in cop gear. These guys oftentimes will hire cops, off-duty cops, or even are cops themselves. So that makes a lot more sense now. All of a sudden, things are falling into place. But yeah, Elon will most likely delete this, by the way. He will most likely delete this. But he's done this before. He did this with the David DePipe assassination attempt. When he went after Nancy Pelosi's husband, Elon literally went with he was a gay lover narrative very quickly. And he posted like some random AI article to justify his ridiculous theory, right? And I think he's going to keep doing that. And he's just going to delete it eventually when people bully him enough. This kind of stuff can be incredibly dangerous. One of the examples I'll give you is like all of the fake that ran rampant after the stabbing that took place in the UK. Like, remember, they literally tried to do pogroms against Muslims and immigrants in general. Yeah. They tried to light a hotel where migrants are staying on fire. So there's that aspect of it. Like that, there's that aspect of the danger in terms of like quick misinformation, rapid fire misinformation. And the other side of the story is that a lot of people, once they get this kind of information from a position of authority like Elon, unfortunately, they do see Elon as a position of authority. He owns a social media company. He's the richest person on the planet. And there are plenty of people who love him. When they get this information, they just shut out all other information. They don't even see when Elon inevitably corrects himself or deletes the post, and they just run with that. It's over. There will be tens of thousands of people that will see this, and they will see all of the right-wing sentiment that's being parroted online, and they'll just go, there it is. They'll say, there it is. The far left is being violent again. Hell yeah. And then that's it. They will never actually learn the truth. They won't care about learning the truth. They will never learn the truth. They will just keep going with this false information. Yeah,
False
this
narrative.
is where it's coming from. Face of a madman. Former appointee of Tim Walz sought in deadly shooting of Minnesota lawmaker. Her husband had no Kings flyers in car. New York Post came out and instantly tried to find anything they could to try to like loosely associate him with the left. He wanted to kill Tim Walz, dude. Isn't that insane? Like, how can you make this argument? Like, Tim Walz was one of his assassination targets. I don't understand how people are running along with this psychotic narrative. I think this is incredibly dangerous misinformation, and getting ahead of it is very important, but I don't even know if there's any way to get ahead of it. Like, you can have someone be like, you can have someone literally be like, I'm a fascist and I'm here to kill the far left, which I assume are the loony, radical, leftist Democrats, and then successfully kill some people and get apprehended in the process of killing other people that he perceives as far left Democrats. And all it takes is for some dumb to be like, nah, dog, he was Antifa, and everybody runs with it. Everybody runs with it.
We even asked about Mr. Bolter's political affiliation.
Yeah, update from the shooter, the Minnesota shooter. Shocking, 0 people that have a brain. He is a Trump supporter.
And David Carlson, once again, his roommate and best friend, known him since 4th grade, did say Bolter voted for Trump.
Yeah, like...
and that he was a strong supporter.
No way. You mean to tell me
Really?
that another instance of political violence came from the
right?
notoriously violent right? Wow. Let me tell you how shocked I am, dude. Let me tell you what a shocking revelation this has been. You mean to tell me that the guy who assassinated Democratic state legislators was not a left-winger? What?
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar.
Thank you, some more
And
gamers.
know
Thank you,
what?
Hassan,
It's
for the
day
extra
where
cuts from a
Linux
stream. I'd
beats
like to
up
sub to your
Windows.
channel.
Now, this is not my monthly Linux cope video. To be honest with you, I'm not coping anymore. I'm not.
Oops.
Earlier today, Minnesota lawmakers were targeted in what is being called by authorities targeted political violence. A manhunt is now underway for the gunman who was impersonating a police officer. Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman was killed. State Senator John Hoffman was wounded in this targeted political violence. A Minnesota state representative and her husband were shot and killed. And a state senator and his wife were shot and wounded in an act of targeted political violence at their homes on Saturday, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said. And because of that, the No Kings event in Northeast Minneapolis had been canceled due to a shelter-in-place order following this politically motivated shooting of 2 elected officials. They're Democrats, by the way, and apparently the manifesto. The shooter had a cop car, like a fake cop car, was dressed up like a fake cop, and I don't know. It's a very suspicious situation. Obviously, a horrible political violent act. But State Representative Melissa Hortman, a Democrat, and her husband were shot. Hortman, formerly the Speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives, was a formidable public servant. The governor said of his friend, she is irreplaceable. State Senator John Hoffman, a Democrat, and his wife were both shot multiple times.
I didn't mean to run it again. I was just trying to like the video. Okay, good.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar. And you know what? It's another day where Linux beats up Windows. Now, this is not my monthly Linux cope video. To be honest with you, I'm not coping anymore. I'm not crazy. It's just actually gotten a lot better. About 3-4 years ago, I made a video where I was talking about gaming virtual machines, and I was really using virtual machines to play a lot of my video games underneath Linux through Windows, right? So basically, I would have a Linux system, I would make a Windows virtual machine, and I would play basically every game underneath there. Now, the thing is, I don't really have to play with that anymore, and it's been actually quite a while since I've spun up that virtual machine at all. In fact, it was the other day when I was testing for this video that I actually used the virtual machine again, all right, just to play some video games and get some comparisons and whatnot. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't been following, apparently this is the year of Linux. I've been hearing this every single year since, I don't know, 2015. So, don't hold your breath or anything, okay? Microsoft Windows ain't going anywhere, all right? It's still around, all right? Much like a tumor, it's still there, all right? It's going to be a while before it gets cut out. But honestly, I don't even want Windows gone. I think Windows is pretty cool. If Windows Vista was the dominant path, if we lived in a universe where that operating system and that style and that ethos carried forward, bro, I probably wouldn't be a Linux gamer. But one of the interesting things that I was reading was that apparently in Denmark, they were going to move away from Microsoft, including Windows and the Office 365. So the entire ministry is actually looking at shifting to Linux, all right, and using things like LibreOffice as actual replacements, which again is pretty cool. Now, this is not new. Every country actually has its own version of Linux. For instance, my home country, India, has BOS Linux, okay? Bharat Operating Systems. Now, is it impressive? I don't know. I mean, it's just Linux with an India twist added to it. But I've also looked at Linux distributions from China, for instance, right? Chinese military operating systems like Kylin OS. I've also looked at things like Russia's Astra OS, which is their version of a military or Russian homegrown operating system. Because obviously you would not be shocked that many big countries around the world would probably not want to just have software running on their systems that come from a nation that they're not exactly on the best of terms with. And even if you are on good terms with, what's wrong with a little bit of independence, right? So of course, ladies and gentlemen, Linux has kind of been growing in a lot of places. In fact, even here in the North America, there's versions of Linux that are designed so that we can cut Microsoft out of our lives even more. For instance, did you know that the security enhanced Linux, the really secure version of it, is actually a collaboration between a company known as Red Hat and the National Security Agency? Yes, it's something that I use on my actual home box. And the reason why I feel comfortable is because Linux is open source, meaning that it's basically naked and for everyone to observe. You can audit the code whenever you want, and generally there's companies that do this. And the best part about Linux is instead of one company controlling it, you basically have every single company in the world basically adding in upgrades and fixing things up for everyone to enjoy. So all the efforts that Microsoft, that Valve, that every company puts into it, we all get a big juicy benefit out of. And that's, of course, the future. Now, of course, one of the things that I kind of saw, and I talked about this before, was that even when it comes to buying computers from companies like Lenovo, you probably have seen a few ThinkPads out in the world. You know that one laptop with the little red nipple as a mouse? Yeah, you know what they're doing? They're selling Linux with the actual system. So to show you the cost-saving analysis, let's say you're somebody buying this ThinkPad, okay? You're just buying this laptop, all willy-nilly. Now, of course, what Lenovo recommends is just get Windows 11 Pro. You can even add $81 to the price. Now, if you decide to get Ubuntu Linux, okay, you can save $191 because you're not paying for a Windows license, and you can instead put that money towards maybe a better processor, which you're probably going to see more of the benefits out of. And even then, it will be around the same price, maybe a little cheaper than buying Windows. If you upgrade that processor and you get Linux Ubuntu, you might be able to notice that, hey, I could pay an extra $272 for a genuine version of Windows, or I can just pay to get double the RAM for $264. I mean, come on now, you can't make this shit up. And when it comes to my drive, I don't know, do I want to pay for a copy of Windows 11 Home? Or should I just double my SSD to like 512 gigs? I mean, ladies and gentlemen, let's be completely honest here. You're probably going to get the shit that matters, which is RAM, CPU, hard drives, maybe a better graphics solution. Who fucking knows? But yes, now you're starting to see some companies passing on those savings to you. Now, for us gamers watching, obviously you might be like, Muda, I play video games, okay? Windows is very important for me. And I think slowly but surely, that is starting to die a little bit. You know, there was a video by Dave2D, I even talked about it, plenty of actual tech channels talked about this, but the performance gain that Linux is providing through things like SteamOS over basic Windows is not to be scoffed at. When you're dealing with these handheld gaming systems like the Steam Deck or the Legion Go, you actually notice that installing Linux onto this gives you better battery life, better frames. It's actually just a more usable experience. And, you know, I really think the Steam Deck has changed the way people play. Like, for me, I've been playing a lot of games on my Steam Deck since I bought it. In fact, one of the games I recently picked up was this game called Chef RPG. If you're ever a huge fan of things like Stardew Valley, go give this game a buy. Picked it up for 20 bucks. Probably put a shit pot full of hours into it. But you know what? That's the thing about devices like the Steam Deck. They've simplified gaming to the point where it doesn't matter what you use. Whether you're running a Windows binary on Windows itself or Linux, the actual, like, it doesn't really feel any different. So I wanted to kind of put it more to the test, and mind you, this is not a very granular test from me, but I wanted to run a couple games and see what the performance differences were. So, for instance, in my testing, I ran games like Silent Hill 2. Now, I think the Silent Hill 2 remake is great, but it definitely wasn't a great PC port. However, the performance difference between Linux and Windows actually seems to have come together pretty well. In some cases, I actually did see Linux running the game smoother. Now, there's a couple more technologies that are in this game, like ray tracing, like DLSS frame generation, that used to be exclusive to Windows. And now they run pretty seamlessly underneath Linux without me modifying anything to the system at all. They just work as if they were underneath Windows anyways. So even with all of these things enabled, I actually noticed that my experience underneath Linux was comparable, if not slightly better than Windows. Now, the interesting thing about this testing is that I'm running an RTX 4090, and if you ever know anything about NVIDIA and Linux, it's not perfect. In fact, if anything, it's far from it. There's actually a big performance loss we get being NVIDIA gamers underneath Linux, simply because the driver software isn't exactly up to snuff with Windows. Now, if you have an AMD graphics card, which, you know, I really do want to install into the system, you can actually get better or more accurate performance with that GPU, simply because the drivers are a lot better. But even with these penalties in place, I was gobsmacked to see that under just playing a video game, naked eye testing, the Linux experience was the same, if not slightly smoother than playing the game underneath Windows. Now, the other game that I wanted to test was something like Star Wars Battlefront 2. Now, this is an older game, and it's a game without ray tracing or any of these modern new features, but it still looks absolutely amazing. Now, the reason I wanted to test this was to just see the performance, and generally speaking, I was gobsmacked to see that my Linux performance for the game was on par, if not slightly better or more stable than the Windows version out there. And not only that, the game worked flawlessly with multiplayer too. Even though that it requires me to use EA's bullshit tiny launcher, it still works as if I was playing a Windows game outright. So yeah, ultimately speaking, it's a pretty good experience out of the box. You know, all it took me was to just go to Steam, download the game as I would on Windows, and Bob's your uncle, I'm playing a fucking game seamlessly on my Penguin box. Now, the last game I wanted to test was Mind's Eye. Now, this game is dog shit no matter what platform you play it on, man. I was playing this thing underneath Linux, and I was playing this thing underneath Windows, and I'm going to be completely honest with you, the experience is absolutely ass-fuckingly painful, regardless of what platform you're on. It ain't Microsoft's fault, and it ain't Linux's fault. The game is just bad. Now, even with that said, the reason why I wanted to test Mind's Eye was not just because of a joke, but also because I actually did not get a single crash underneath Linux. However, I did end up getting crashes underneath Windows. Now, it's not to the fault of Windows This game just has a problem with, I believe, a feature known as HGSS underneath Windows. Now, with this feature set enabled, maybe the game wasn't properly patched up to snuff for me. It was kind of giving me issues on Steam. But with these features enabled, I was actually getting some pretty consistent crashes underneath Windows 11. Now, I've noticed that a bunch of other streamers and content creators who were playing this game also got those similar crashes. And they were all using Windows. So it leads me to believe that Mind's Eye or something with the Unreal Engine is having issues with that feature set enabled underneath Windows. But because underneath Linux, it doesn't necessarily have maybe an equivalent, I'm not getting those same crashes. In fact, actually underneath Linux, I was able to enable all of the DLSS frame generation and all of the cool stuff to get me slightly better performance. And overall, if you wanted to play bullshit like Mind's Eye, well, it works a lot better underneath Linux than it does Windows. But that's not a glaring recommendation that you should ever pick this game up. It's just actually that bad. Now, one thing that I really noticed was a serious win underneath Linux lately was the support from anti-cheat. Now, that doesn't mean that you can play every game. For instance, I am a Rainbow Six Siege X player now. And you know the sad part about it is I still need that computer because Ubisoft will still not enable the actual anti-cheat, okay? It's a simple fix for them. They can do it, and I really hope they will. Because in comparison, companies like Namco Bandai have absolutely enabled it for Elden Ring Night Rain. So I was able to play this brand new, super popular game underneath Linux, out of the box, day one. And it's actually pretty glorious. Not only was I able to play games like Elden Ring Night Rain, but I also started loading up other multiplayer games like Splitgate 2 that seemed to work pretty well. I also loaded up Halo Infinite. And you know, to my shock, it also works out of the box completely well. As if, you know, you were just playing it on Windows. You know, it's crazy to think that we're playing an Xbox game just on Linux, even games with multiplayer without it actually crashing. Truly, everything really is an Xbox, I guess, at this point. But yeah, I was actually shocked, man. A lot of games, some of the big popular ones now, are actually coming with Linux support out of the box. And in some cases, if you're Marvel Rivals, for instance, they'll straight up tell you, yeah, we're putting in support for Linux. We actually are. Now, I think all of this is a super serious win on the Penguins' part, and it's only a matter of time before companies like Ubisoft or, you know, really any of these big multiplayer shooters start to really embrace Linux users, right? Like, I don't think it's too far off that Ubisoft might think, hey, we want to get some more players. Maybe it's fun to cater to the people with these Steam Decks or Rogue Allies or Legion Goes or maybe just Linux gamers in general. Maybe we will just toggle that switch. And maybe down the road, maybe Grand Theft Auto Online might become enabled on Linux. But realistically, all this is just kind of hoping for the best, okay? Again, anti-cheat is still one of those tough things to go down, but it's good to see actual wins. So I want to celebrate it right here. I don't want to make a video that's just fucking negative about this point, okay? There are some wins. So you might as well just start focusing on all of that instead of the really negative parts, right? Even games like Dune Awakening were running pretty much out of the box. MMO games that are super duper popular, running completely out of the box on the Penguin. You can play with all your friends. It doesn't even matter what system you're on. It's a good win to have, and you should be celebrating it. Now, for a lot of people, the big dreaded end of life is coming. So if you don't know, a lot of people are still on Windows 10, and Windows 10 is going through an end of life phase. In fact, we're getting pretty close to the actual end of, where Windows 10, Windows 8.1, and 7 will not be supported as soon as October of this year hits. So after October 14, 2025, you're not going to get free software updates from Windows Update or any of these things. What you'll have to do is pay Microsoft for end-of-life support. Now, unless you're somebody that really fucking has a boner for any of these versions of Windows, it makes no sense for you to just not upgrade to Windows 11. In fact, I'll be honest, the day Windows 11 dropped, I updated all my virtual machines and systems to it because, you know, it's better to just be on the newest shit and at least experience it, in my opinion, than consistently stick to the old and just wait until things slowly fizzle out. But not many people have that luxury. For instance, for those of you who don't know, the system requirements for Microsoft Windows 11 actually lock out a lot of people with older systems for really no good reason. Now, I believe as far as people who have like Intel, like 7th generation chips, so we're talking i7 7700 era like systems, anything before that doesn't seem like it's going to work underneath Windows 11. And the sad part about it is there's no real good reason why that doesn't work. You can still pick up some decent CPUs for pretty good prices, and if you're somebody that wants a really budget system to play older games on, which I'm sure a lot of you guys do, you can still pick these things up, build a computer, and thanks to the power of Linux, for instance, you can get things going really easily. You can actually bring life to older systems that are actually just slated to turn into fucking e-waste after October 14, 2025. In fact, one of the operating systems...
I love my life. I'm having so much fun. I went to a fucking protest yesterday. Like, I'm healthy. I'm doing good. I'm getting a suntan. I'm like, you know, out walking and stuff. I'm doing pretty good every day. Like, I took a couple of days break there, but I didn't know what yesterday was going to be like out here. So it was a lot softer than I thought it would be. Scrap junk to produce cork, but I also have to get glass, which is why I came here. I forgot how much lead there is here. Should come here too. Yep, I'm here for bottles. And like glasses and stuff. I'm gonna clean up her bar because I need glass. I think that should probably be like 30 glass things, but I don't really know. I'll keep picking until I get everything. That one isn't real, but that one is. I don't want to get stuck. Okay. It's an annoying, or really it's not. It's actually not an annoying weekly. It's actually a good weekly. I don't mind it. I don't remember this room. They've updated this place and added like a loot room. This never used to be like this at all. It was so much more ghetto than this when I first started. Something's happening here where my keyboard's not working most of the time. It's weird. Something about this place. I've never had such a good mouse setup before as I do now. It's so smooth and huge. I can sweep across the mat and it's actually really good. There, yay, scrap 30 glass. Should be able to buy some thingies. Oops, I'm trying to get to challenges. No, not challenges. Seasons. $600. And they drop a lot of loot now. Oh, yeah. Nice. Good hub. Can't find that one. I hate the way they sort things. I can't find that one that one Nuka-Cola dispenser, and I don't know if you can put these in shelters actually. I wonder what it does. This was like from the Ghoul update, I guess. See if it gives a buff. It's a bed. I think I will go to the public server now. I didn't know this was here. There goes all my caps. Stop. Oh my god. I have so many plans. I'm just here trying to buy like food, like drink, Nuka-Cola. Wait, I just completed a whole bunch of stuff. What do you mean? Man, lossless makes this game so much better. Okay, I think that concludes my business here. Ooh, am I scribing to 69? Nice. I'm a scribe now, apparently. You know, I didn't get a kill quest, but I killed 7 bandits. Oh yeah, I can pull them with a bow, can't I? Yeah, I can.
Hi, this is Mark Elias from Democracy Docket. It is Sunday, June 15th,
Thank you,
and
Democracy
this is my
Docket.
weekly update. Well, I'll tell you, last week was one of the darkest ones we have had since Donald Trump took office. In California, we not only saw the National Guard federalized, we not only saw Marines deployed, but we saw the President of the United States threaten the governor with arrest for the crime of having won an election and governed the state in a way that Donald Trump didn't like. When asked about this, the Speaker of the House didn't distance himself. He doubled down and said he wasn't going to opine on whether or not Gavin Newsom should be arrested, but that he thought he should be subjected to vigilante justice in the form of tar and feathering.
That's not my lane. I'm not going to give you legal analysis on whether Gavin Newsom should be arrested, but he ought to be tarred and feathered. I'll say that.
Then, as the week went along, we saw Senator Alex Padilla from California manhandled, thrown to the ground, and handcuffed simply for showing up at a press conference with Kristi Noem and trying to ask a question. Once again, Republicans did not recoil from this. They embraced this. The Speaker, once again, leading the way, saying that Senator Padilla should be subject to formal censure rather than owed an apology. There was some good news, though, during the week. The Georgia State Supreme Court struck down 4 anti-voting election subversion rules that had been approved by that state's election board shortly before the 2024 election. Remember, these are the Republican members of the board that Donald Trump called out by name during a campaign rally shortly before the 2024 election. They did his bidding, but I'll tell you, the Georgia Supreme Court was having none of it. In a unanimous ruling, the conservative state Supreme Court of Georgia struck down those 4 rules, saying they violated the law and the state's constitution. In other good news, a federal judge in Boston struck down Trump's anti-voting executive order. Now, this was a lawsuit brought by 19 Democratic-led state attorney generals challenging critical provisions of that anti-voting executive order, including the documentary proof of citizenship requirement that you have heard me and Paige Moskowitz talk about ad nauseum in various videos. We'll put a link to a few of those videos in the description below if you want to get more caught up on that, as well as the judge blocked an effort to eliminate mail-in ballot receipt grace periods. Also something that Paige and I have done a lot of videos on, and Democracy Docket has written about on their website. This is actually the second court to issue an injunction against this executive order. You may recall a few weeks ago, the Democratic Party brought a similar lawsuit, striking down parts of this executive order, and the Department of Justice said it would not appeal that preliminary injunction. However, also this week, the Republican National Committee intervened in that case, or at least parts of that case, and so we all need to keep our eyes on this case out of Boston. Good ruling there. The case out of DC, where we had a good ruling, because I have a feeling the Republican Party is not done with these issues yet. And this is as good a time as any to make sure you are subscribed to Democracy Docket, to make sure you are kept up to date in everything the RNC and Donald Trump is up to, as well as the good news that is happening in courts around the country. The link is above and in the description below. Finally, on Friday, we got really good news out of the state of Maine, where a state court upheld ballot language that accurately describes the photo ID anti-voting provision that conservative groups have put on the ballot there. They wanted a whitewashed version to go before voters so that they could sneak this anti-voting provision in through popular vote. But kudos to Maine Secretary of State Shanna Bellows for accurately describing this initiative in the way in which she did. And it is good to see that the courts have upheld that. Now, let's pivot to the week in front of us, because it is going to be a very, very heavy week in court next week for democracy. Wednesday, an opinion day in the U.S. Supreme Court. We're down to the final couple of weeks here before the Supreme Court term ends.
I like this guy.
This is the time of year in which we get the biggest, most controversial, most hotly contested judicial opinions. You know, in the last couple of weeks, as we've been watching, it's been a whole lot of 9-0 decisions, a whole lot of 8-1 decisions.
Oh,
Supreme
I didn't
Court
get the
clearly
fucking quest.
trying to clear
Damn
out
it.
the parts of its docket
I
that
forgot
are
what I
less
came for.
controversial, where the justices by and large agree. We are getting into these final 2 weeks where it is really going to be the stuff that comes out 6-3, 5-4, and where, you know, the really important decisions for the future get made. So Wednesday is our next opinion day. We're waiting on the big redistricting case out of Louisiana. This is an effort by white voters in Louisiana to essentially undo or to severely weaken the Voting Rights Act by striking down a map that was drawn by the state of Louisiana in compliance with a court order that created a second majority Black opportunity district. And so we will see what happens here every time there is a redistricting or voting rights case on the Supreme Court docket and that has to be decided. My heart actually starts beating faster and I start panicking a little bit, but I will stay calm. You need to stay calm, and you need to make sure that you are following Democracy Docket, because they will have the most immediate and thorough analysis of what happens in this critical case out of Louisiana. Now, we're also waiting on some other really important decisions, including the one about whether federal district courts can issue nationwide injunctions. This will be a very, very important case for democracy, because right now Donald Trump is being blocked in all these courtrooms by judges who are issuing injunctions, not just in their jurisdiction, but on a nationwide basis. And his Justice Department is arguing against that, which, depending on how the Supreme Court rules and what the nuance is here, could have devastating consequences for the ability of people to get justice in this country through federal court injunctions. We'll wait and see what that is. Again, Democracy Docket will have full coverage, but there are also other important cases, like we're waiting on a decision on the government's request to continue mass federal layoffs. So make sure you're paying attention. Make sure you're following Democracy Docket. Now, it's not just the Supreme Court, though, that we have to watch in the week ahead. On Monday, a trial begins in North Carolina in federal court challenging that state's congressional map. You will remember that this is one of the worst gerrymanders in the country that the Republican legislature did there. Now, this is not a case challenging the gerrymander as a political gerrymander. Instead, the plaintiffs in that case argue that the current map intentionally discriminates against Black and Latino voters under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and under the 14th and 15th Amendment. This is a big case in both the development of the law, but also if you are closely watching the midterm elections, because this state is so gerrymandered in favor of Republicans. If, in fact, a federal court finds that the legislature, in drawing this map, discriminated against minority voters, it would cause a redraw and potentially change the dynamics of that map. On Tuesday, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, this is the circuit that covers California, will hold a hearing on the government's request to block the district court's decision that had prevented or had undone Donald Trump's federalizing of the California National Guard. You'll recall, as I mentioned, Donald Trump federalized the California National Guard in what is nothing other than a sheer power play, an example of his effort to be a dictator, to be a despot, to be an authoritarian, pick your word. Anyway, federal judge said, nope, you can't take over the California National Guard under the circumstances that have been presented. The Department of Justice went running to the Court of Appeals, and the Ninth Circuit will hold an emergency or a very fast hearing on that in that case on Tuesday. We all got to pay attention to that. Again, best way for you to do it, subscribe to Democracy Docket. On Wednesday in Oregon, there'll be a hearing in a right-wing group's lawsuit challenging Oregon's voter roll maintenance procedures. I mean, for fuck's sake. I mean, it is crazy how many lawsuits Republicans and conservative allies of theirs are bringing to try to kick people off the rolls. I mean, Paige and I do a lot of videos on this, and you can go see in our library a lot of videos on this. We could do 2 or 3 times the number of videos. I mean, like every week, Paige and I sit down and we're like, should we do another video in another state where another conservative group or Republicans are trying to find another excuse to kick people off the rolls, either by forcing voter purges or allow mass challenges or, you know, some other mechanism. Well, on Wednesday, we will see that. The reason why I highlight this one is because the Department of Justice, the entity that is supposed to be protecting voting rights, not anymore, not under Donald Trump, not under Pam Bondi. It recently submitted a brief supporting the right-wing challenge. So pay attention to this on Wednesday. Let us hope that the groups that are undermining voting rights are handed another loss and a big black eye to the Department of Justice. So that's what we got. That just happened. That's what we got in the week ahead. Look, do me a favor. Click on the button right in front of you that says subscribe. Become a subscriber to this YouTube channel so that you will be kept up to date whenever there is breaking news, whenever there are interesting interviews, whenever there are updates on what is happening to democracy in court. You will be sure to get it here. And also make sure you are subscribed to Democracy Docket's newsletters. There are free options. There are paid premium options. They are all great. The link to that is above and in the description below. I'll see you next time.
This was good.
As a gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
News.
It shouldn't come as no surprise that I have serious concerns with both the deployment of the National Guard and the Marines to Los Angeles. I served in the Marine Corps. We are trained to be war fighters, not for crowd control. Everyone here should be alarmed that the president has sent armed forces into a city against the wishes of a governor and mayor. I am concerned this administration is purposely escalating the situation with this step and politicizing our armed forces in the process. Let's call it for what it is. It's political theater. Hexeth, are the Marines in Los Angeles ordered to protect property by any means necessary?
Sir, I would say the ICE officers and police officers being attacked is not political theater.
Just yes or no. Just yes or no.
The National Guard and Marines have the full authority to protect federal ICE agents.
Yes or no? Can you just say yes or no? This isn't Fox anymore. Just yes or no.
They're there to protect federal agents and federal.
Another BS answer. Under the SRUF, the use of force, are Marines allowed to fire warning shots? Now that's more like it. Isn't that easy? Well, you know, I'm going to beat this drum because you refuse to take responsibility. Will you take responsibility for having made a mistake? Not to mention many people would say break the law in participating in the Signal group chat that included a journalist, your wife, your brother, where classified information was shared.
Sir, every way I communicate is authorized.
Okay, if you want to say that. I have called for your resignation. I didn't think you were qualified before your confirmation, and you have done nothing
now.
to inspire confidence in your ability to lead competently. You broke the law in sharing classified information, and in doing so, endangered the lives of our service members that you are responsible for.
That's a heavy
Your inability
allegation.
to hold yourself accountable makes you incapable to lead. This alone makes you unfit to be the Secretary of Defense. Secretary, do you think the United States should continue supporting Ukraine in its fight against Russia, a nation that is hostile towards the United States?
Well, as you know, sir, President Trump is committed to peace.
No, I just want yes or no answers.
The United States has spent billions of dollars.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Over years.
Just yes or no. Can I get a yes or no out of you?
We continue to send
Come on.
President
That easy. Kindergartners could give me a yes or no. Yes or no.
Yes, we support peace in Ukraine.
Come on. Is this really leadership? You're an embarrassment to the United States. If Russia invades NATO allies, are you going to recommend to the president that we fulfill our Article 5 obligations?
Well, Russia has not invaded NATO allies.
No.
President Trump.
No. I reclaim my time. Yes or no? It's that simple.
There's Article 5 in NATO, which we recognize.
So is the answer yes or no?
That's what Article 5 is, yes.
Good. I'm glad you brought yourself to saying yes. Do you think political allegiance to Trump is a requirement for serving our nation, either in uniform or a civilian in the department?
I'm incredibly proud, as are millions of Americans.
No. Not today, Hegseth. Yes or no?
Congressman, you know what a silly question that is.
But silly enough to warrant a very straightforward answer. Yes or no?
We all support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
You know what?
Proud
I'm not going to waste my time anymore. You're not worthy of my attention or my questions. You're an embarrassment to this country. You're unfit to lead. And there's been bipartisan members of Congress that have called for your resignation. You should just get the hell out and let somebody competently lead this department.
Mr. Chairman, do we not have any decorum in here?
Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back, and I would urge everybody to remember and maintain a decorum suitable for this chamber with their further comments.
I want to see that too.
Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you and I served together in Congress for 15 years. We didn't always agree, but I believe we shared some common values. A belief in defending democracy and human rights abroad and honoring the Constitution at home. That's why I voted to confirm you. I believed you would stand up for those principles. You haven't. You've done the opposite. And you used to speak with conviction about the importance of foreign aid as a tool to advance American values and interests. Then you stood by while Elon Musk took a chainsaw to USAID and other assistance programs. That has left a staggering toll. Broken trust with countries, openings for China and other adversaries, and countless preventable deaths of children and others. Take Sudan, for example. The freezing of U.S. humanitarian assistance forced the closure of nearly 80% of the emergency food kitchens there.
Oh, I hit him too.
2
I hit
million
him.
famine-affected people were left without access to food. People died because of those actions. Mothers, fathers, and children. Tons of emergency food that could have saved their lives was left rotting in warehouses because you and Elon Musk refused to let USAID do its job. Sudan is a country where, by the administration's own determination, a genocide is unfolding in Darfur. But here's where it goes from cruel to despicable. While cutting off food aid to Sudanese families living through an actual genocide, you're fast-tracking white South Africans for refugee status under a manufactured claim that they are the victims of genocide. You tried to block the admission of individuals who had already been approved to come here as refugees while making bogus claims to justify granting such status to Afrikaners. You've made a mockery of our country's refugee process, turning it into a system of global apartheid, where political ideology and race, more than truth or need, matter. And while you've turned away from a genocide in Sudan and invented one in South Africa, you teamed up with President Trump to throw the Ukrainian people under the bus and have been played like a fiddle by Vladimir Putin. Of course, Donald Trump not only said he would end the war in Ukraine on day one, he also said he would end the war in Gaza on day one. And yet last week, you were all running around to Gulf states, giving away very sensitive American AI and chips technology, but doing nothing to end the war in Gaza and get the remaining hostages returned. You know that for 78 days, the Netanyahu government did not allow a scrap of food to enter Gaza to reach over 2 million civilians. 57 children have died from malnutrition so far, and more than 14,000 children are in imminent danger of dying of starvation. As Cindy McCain said last week, and I quote, "Families in Gaza are starving while the food they need is sitting at the border." That is a gross violation of both U.S. and international law. What did you do? Nothing. Not once did you publicly call upon the Netanyahu government to end the blockade. Fortunately, other countries spoke out, and now we see a tiny trickle going in. Where have you focused your energy instead, Mr. Secretary? Well, your first trip as Secretary of State was to El Salvador. Not to promote democracy, but to cozy up to President Bukele, who calls himself the world's coolest dictator. The result was a cash for collusion deal to deprive people living in America of their constitutional rights to due process. The Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, instructed you to facilitate the return to the United States of Abrego Garcia, who the administration admitted was wrongfully deported to El Salvador. Your response? You've openly flouted judicial orders. When asked whether you have been in touch with El Salvador to return Abrego Garcia, you boasted, quote, "I would never tell you that. And you know who else I would never tell? A judge."
Wow.
Clearly,
that
you
is
don't care
clearly
about the Fifth Amendment right to due process.
Yep.
And you don't care
Take his
about
job.
the First Amendment either, since you've been very busy snatching students off of college campuses for exercising their right to free speech. You dredged up a relic from the
Bad
McCarthy
men
era
got a hold of our
to claim
government.
that student protesters posed a threat to the foreign policy of the United States. Give me a break, Mr. Secretary. You know as well as I do, this isn't about national security. It's about punishing free speech. And you know that in America, the government doesn't get to use its power to punish speech it doesn't like. Yet in March, you boasted about revoking student visas, saying, and I'm quoting, "We do it every day. Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa," unquote.
What?
Let's look at one of those lunatics, Mr. Secretary. Ms. Ozturk. Her crime was co-authoring an op-ed in her college paper critical of Tufts University's response to the war in Gaza. Your own department found 0 links to terrorism, no anti-Semitic statements, but you still yanked her visa and shipped her off to detention in Louisiana. And the list goes on and on. The federal judge in the case of Mohsen Madawi, who was the Columbia student who was ambushed by federal agents at his citizenship appointment, said, and I quote, this is the judge, "Legal residents not charged with crimes or misconduct are being arrested and threatened with deportation for stating their views on the political issues of the day. Our nation has seen times like this before, especially during the Red Scare and Palmer raids. Like the McCarthy-era witch hunts of the 1950s, your campaign of fear and repression is eating away at foundational values of our democracy. Back then, it took one voice, Attorney Joseph Welch, to cut through the hysteria with the simple question that marked the beginning of the end of that shameful era. He asked Senator McCarthy, have you no sense of decency? And I would ask you the same, Secretary Rubio. You have shown through your words and your actions what the answer is. And I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State. I yield back.
May I respond?
You may sit.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job. Based on what
Well, that's just a flippant statement, Mr. Secretary.
Ridiculous.
Can I respond, Mr. Chairman?
You may.
I didn't ask.
Senator, please let the Secretary.
I'd be happy to, but then I can respond to his.
Your time's up, Senator, and willfully used, I might add.
Well-
Your remarks do not represent the view of this committee.
Well, Mr.
Secretary, please.
Well, I can't respond to everything he said because much of these are untrue, but I'll go through a few. First of all, I'm actually very proud of the work we've done with USAID. For example, I don't regret cutting $10 million for male circumcisions in Mozambique. I don't know how that makes us stronger and more prosperous as a nation.
I raised
don't regret
Sudan, Mr.
psychosocial support services.
I raised Sudan, Mr. Secretary.
Can I respond?
not
Senator, Senator, I'd ask you to suspend. You had 7 straight minutes of
I chose to
really
use my time that way, Mr. Chairman. That's my right to
Please
use my time
suspend,
that way.
Secretary Rubio.
Well, I can go on. I mean, there's other things here. We spent $227,000 for Big Cat's YouTube channel from USAID. We spent $14
Big Cat's
million for
YouTube
social
channel?
cohesion in Mali, whatever the hell that means. So I can go on and on. I got the list here, and there's more. I didn't even bring the whole list. In the case of El Salvador, absolutely. Absolutely. We deported gang members, including the one you had a margarita with. And that guy is a human trafficker, and that guy is a gangbanger, and the evidence is going to be clear. In the days to come,
Mr.
you're
Chairman,
going to see who you went to
look,
defend.
I'm sorry,
Please,
Mr. Chairman.
Secretary
No.
Rubio has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, he can't make unsubstantiated comments
Senator,
like that.
Secretary Rubio has the floor. You had
Secretary
your
Rubio
time.
should take that testimony to the federal court of the
Senator,
United States. 'cause
Listening to grown men bicker like little
Here's
girls
another
is
point, okay?
hilarious.
There is a division in our government between the federal branch and the judicial branch.
Yeah, it's called
No
Donald
judge,
Trump.
The judicial branch cannot tell me or the president how to conduct foreign policy. No judge can tell me how I have to outreach to a foreign
Yes,
partner.
they
or what I have to say
can.
to them. And if I do reach that foreign partner
Yes, they
and
can.
talk to them, I have under no obligation to share that with the judiciary branch. Just like a judge cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister of Russia, they cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister or the president of El Salvador. And if I did negotiate with them, which we have responded to them, and we've told them, we've had communications with the president of El Salvador, I am under no obligation under our division of powers in this country and to share with the judicial branch how I conducted diplomacy of the United States. It would actually be counterproductive. If I started sharing with courts, or frankly, with the media, my conversations with foreign leaders and all of their details, no foreign leader would talk to me again, and we would break trust with them. So I have complied with every court order. What I won't comply with is an order to disclose what I'm saying and what we're talking about with a foreign leader, because then they won't talk to me. Diplomacy doesn't work that way. About the student visas, let me say this. I don't deport anybody, and I don't snatch anybody. The State Department does not have officers in the street snatching everybody. What I do is revoke visas.
Yes,
and
you
it's very
do.
simple. A visa is
You are lying, but I mean, this is old.
People apply for student visas.
Listen to
come
him
the
lie.
United States and
He's trying to
study.
say that ICE isn't doing raids, but I mean, this is old. It's from 3 weeks ago. But listen to how bad he was lying. He was like, we don't do ICE abductions. But yes, you do. We've caught you red-handed a bunch of times, you fucking bald-faced shitty liar, trying to destroy our country with your fucking, your fucking pants constantly afire.
If you tell me that you're coming to the United States to lead campus crusades, to take over libraries and try to burn down buildings and acts of violence, we're not going to give you a
Is that what Ms.
visa.
Ostorp did?
We're not going to give you a
Is that
visa.
what she
And if
did?
you do
Come
that,
on, Mr. Secretary.
and every single
You're
one of
just
these
blowing
cases, the
smoke
factors
here
are
now.
different.
Senator,
The bottom line is, if you're
Senator,
coming here
we-
to stir up trouble on our campuses, we will deny you a visa. And if you
Does
have
the
a
First
visa,
Amendment
and we
apply
find you,
to
we'll
people
revoke
living in
it.
the United
And
States?
we're going to do more. There are more coming. We're going to continue to revoke the visas of people who are here as guests and are disrupting our higher education facilities. People are paying money. These kids pay money to go to school, and they have to walk through a
Writing an
bunch of
op-ed
lunatics
to the
who are
tough
here on
newspapers
student visas.
disrupting the
Simple
foreign
as that.
policy of the United
I want to
States.
do more. I hope we can
That's
find more of these people.
pathetic, Mr.
In fact,
Secretary.
the other day, some guys let it riot. I forgot what university it was, and I asked, please, can you find the arrest records of all the people that were arrested at that riot at that campus? Because if any of them have a visa, we're going to revoke
I feel so much safer
All right,
if you
let's,
lock up people like Ms. Osterk, Mr. Secretary.
We've had enough time on the subject. Thank you very much. And
Damn, I carved through these guys. Nice, I'm doing better now. I love it when they drop their weapon because I'm just like, nah, I'm gonna hit you, bitch. Nice, I hit him. Where is the FPS counter? Maybe I should keep buying Mithril because the market is good. Oh, am I here? Yeah, I'm here. What was that? Was it a deer? I think it was. Nice, I hit him. And the archery system sucks. I could see putting some more points in it though. I don't think mounted archery in combat is that good. I don't know. Archery definitely is beneficial. I don't know how good archery was for PvE. And I might try and buy more points in it somehow. Like, my archery right now is... Like, I think you should be able to upgrade... I don't know, 72 is fine, and it's locked at 72. 72 seems pretty good. Yep, and, yeah, it looks okay. I don't know if writing... Oh, no, writing's a secondary, is it? Okay, so just get rid of it. I don't know if there's anything else I'm missing. I don't block a lot, but I mean, I don't know. 80 is good. Yeah, it reduces the damage, like, and stuff. I hit him. It's an interesting game with a little polish. It would be so good. It'll definitely sit in the Rust spot for me, though. I know that. I'm glad I did sub to it. Some days I can't stand to play it, like Rust, but I'd rather work on this game, because this game doesn't delete your work. This base is going to be here a while. Yeah, I haven't paid my upkeep in a while. Maybe I should put some gold in, but I don't know. I don't know if it matters. I wish Red's door wasn't closed, because I actually use this base. I wonder why he doesn't fix it. Oh, I'm done with the bandit task. Nice. What was that sound? Was it deer? Yes, I think so. Fucking deer is annoying. Bow fucks them up. If you're good with it. I don't want to put the bow away. This guy. I better run, he's gonna kill me. But I got, what, 2 or 3? I mean, that's fine. I can come back for him later. Wait. Wait, I can just stable a pet here? Nice. Oh, I see the frames. Can you move it? Oh, you can. Nice, and that was the bandit quest. Maybe I should go get a pig so I can just like get back and forth fast. I think I will, but I'm gonna rest over here. Or I don't know. I just did make like 10 gold. I could just go buy a horse. But the pig is free, so I think I probably will go get a pig. Go get a pig real quick. I'm here looking at Mithril Beast coins. That they are 7k, 73. I think I will buy more Mithril. That's fine. Oh, I don't know. It'll take a while for all these ingots to sell. Maybe I should go get some income as opposed to outcome. Ooh, pretty purple clouds. I'm gonna go switch my sub. Oh, look, it's 20 gold. Nice. Wonder Glory, not bad. 440. Excuse me. Yeah, this spear is busted down. I guess I'm gonna actually run this way. Don't see anyone. Damn it, he like lurched. Oh, the skeletons don't drop meat anymore.
One of the most unqualified people that Trump burdened this nation with is ex-Fox host Pete Hegseth, or as we like to call him nowadays, Whiskey Leaks.
Nobody
Whiskey Leaks
was texting war plans.
Pete was
Whiskey Leaks.
Made to stand before Congress and answer for those insanely unprofessional and probably illegal leaks through Signal. Representative Seth Moulton here from Massachusetts seems to know when he has an idiot in front of him because he masterfully twisted Hegseth into a knot and got him to accidentally admit to breaking the law. It's amazing. Watch this.
Secretary Hegseth, I'd like to clarify a few important details for the record. When you texted the launch time for F-18s going into combat over enemy territory facing anti-aircraft missiles on an unclassified Signal chat, did that launch time come from Central Command, yes or no?
I know what you're referring to, and
yes or no, bitch. Yes or no, bitch. Answer the question. Yes or no. Yes or no.
In this committee,
yes or no. 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 Yes or no.
So you can't even identify the combatant command under which this
You're too
operation
dumb to do it, or what?
Everybody knows the.
Okay, so everyone knows the Central Command. So
everybody knows you're an
Central
asshole.
Command sent you this information. Did they send it on a classified system or an unclassified system?
Well, as you know, having served yourself, any way that the Secretary of Defense communicates or provides information in and of itself is classified and not to be discussed.
So what was the classification marking of the launch time when it was sent to you? Because DoD regulations require information on classified
Ooh.
systems to be marked.
These guys hurt me really fast.
What was the classification mark time?
Yeah, what was the classification? Because
Again, classifications
No,
of any information
just
regarding ongoing operation that
run,
was successful
just
or not
run,
things
just
that
run,
need to be
just run,
disclosed in a public forum.
you can very well disclose whether or not it was classified. That's not, it's not classified to disclose whether or not it was classified. In
Just
fact,
run,
DoD
just run,
regulations
just run. I
state
can't take a
that
hit.
any classified information has to be labeled with its classification. Was it classified secret or top secret?
What's not classified is that it was an incredibly successful mission against the Houthis.
Okay, so it was classified.
The Houthis.
Are you trying to say that the information was unclassified?
I'm not
Okay,
trying to
that's
say
what
anything.
I thought. You're not saying that.
No.
So you took classified information from Central Command that had a classification marking on it, because that's what's required by DoD regulations, and you put it on an unclassified system. So we're going to get a report in a few days from the DoD Inspector General. And if the DoD Inspector General finds what is pretty obvious, both to you smiling there in the witness seat and to all of us up here, that the information was, in fact, classified, do you plan to take any accountability for that?
No.
As
no.
I pointed out at the
You said that accountability is
Just be
back.
honest, no.
Does that not apply to you?
Yeah.
As I said at the time, Congressman, there were no names, targets, locations, units, routes, sources, methods, no classified information.
Okay, so if it comes back that it is classified, will you take accountability or not? We've already established, you've already admitted that it was classified because everything you get from CENTCOM is classified. You just explained that to me. That's how you justified not answering the question.
Not what I said. I didn't confirm any classification or
Okay, so if it is
what I
confirmed,
know is that
will you take
everything I
accountability?
share, everything I talk about,
Mr. Secretary, does accountability apply to you or not?
is classified whether I talk or not.
Does it apply to you or not?
Does what apply?
Accountability. You said accountability is back at the Secretary.
And you know what? The Houthis were held accountable for shooting at our
I'm just asking if it applies
very
to you.
successfully.
I'm not asking about the
Previous
Houthis.
administration let our ships get shot at, and nothing was done about it. And thankfully, because of the skill and courage of our troops,
This isn't a battle, you idiot. Answer the
in a
question.
place
I reclaim my time.
called for a ceasefire.
I reclaim my time. I'm just asking if accountability applies to you. It's a very simple question. We use leadership by
Of
example.
course. Unlike, I serve at the pleasure of the president, like everybody else does.
So it only applies to the president, not to you.
I serve at the pleasure.
You talked about the success of the Houthi operation. About how much money did it cost? How much money did you spend on missiles shooting at the Houthis?
Well, you'd have to compare that with what it cost.
I'm just asking how much did it cost?
Divert our shipping lanes around.
I'm told it's several $100 million, maybe close to $1 billion. How many U.S. flagged commercial ships have transited the Red Sea since your so-called successful operation?
Well, thankfully, unlike the previous administration,
The answer is zero.
military vessels transit.
No, I didn't ask about military vessels. I
which
asked
would
about
be the
commercial
precursor
vessels.
for
How many
civilian
commercial vessels?
transit.
It's been several weeks. How many commercial vessels, U.S. flagged, have
Well,
transited the
would
Red
you, Mr. Congressman, put civilian ships?
The
through
questions
dam
are not to
or
me,
military
Mr. Secretary,
ships?
they're to you.
We have responsibly put military.
The answer is zero.
First.
I reclaim my time. How many generals and admirals have you fired?
I don't know the exact number, but
You don't know the number. It's 8. Can you explain why any of them were fired? Like, just explain why was the Army JAG fired? Why did you fire him?
they all serve at the pleasure of the president. I think
No, I'm just asking you why.
General Kane is a great example.
I'm just asking you why. You probably learned at Princeton what why means.
What?
Why did you fire him?
They serve at the pleasure of the president. We want
Why
better
did you
representation
fire
in
him?
each and every of those.
You can't explain why you fired anyone.
Your time's expired.
Someone should tell Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, that sharing classified data over an unclassified network is illegal. But Moulton wasn't the only one to rip into Hegseth. Representative Salud Karabajal from California shut him down so bad that the Republicans tried to jump in and save Hegseth, who's either so drunk or so stupid that he doesn't know what's going on and accidentally admits to another massive crime. I mean, he actually admits that they're planning an invasion of Greenland. It's insane. Watch this.
Do you think political allegiance to Trump is a requirement for serving our nation, either in uniform or a civilian department?
I'm incredibly proud, as are millions of Americans.
No. Not today, Hegseth. Yes or no?
Congressman, you know what a silly question that is.
But silly enough
valid
to
in the
warrant a
Constitution.
very straightforward answer. Yes or no?
We support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
You know what? I'm not going to waste my time anymore. You're not worthy of my attention or my questions. You're an embarrassment to this country. You're unfit to lead. And there's been bipartisan members of Congress that have called for your resignation.
Well, this is some other guy yelling at him.
And let somebody competently lead this department.
Mr. Chairman, do we not have any decorum in here?
That's the same guy. This is the same guy. Do we not have any decorum in here? Yeah, like, did you bring him here to yell at him, though? That's kind of, it's like the weird thing. Like, did you bring him there to yell at him? Because it's like, he's like a grown man. What's he gonna do? I mean, you're just yelling at him. What does that do? Actually fire him. But you won't, because nothing ever happens. They caught the Minnesota guy who shot these senators, or sorry, representatives. Call-in show. I have a cramp in my right pinky and it hurts so bad. Ouch. Oof. My hands. Ooh, I banged my hand pretty bad right there. Ouch. What's up, Bowman, bitch? You're gonna go down in 3 hits. I'm not interested in cyberpunk stuff.
Hey everyone, I'm back again with another 2.0 preview. This time I'm going over the official patch notes and I'm going to show you everything in-game.
Thank you, Guns, Nerds, and Steel. I'd like to sub to your channel.
The release of 2.0 experimental on PC is Monday, June 16th, and the stable release for PC and console is currently scheduled for June 30th. Now, I absolutely love almost everything about this update, but there are some things that I think need some improvement, and I'm going to save that for the very end of the video. For now, let's jump in and see what's new. First up, let's meet the Plague Spitter Zombie. He's going to be found in the desert biome, and he does about as much damage as the cop, like a regular cop does, so you can kind of think of him that way. He also has a special attack, it's kind of similar to the cop. He has a ranged attack where he summons a swarm of flies to harass you. And the insect swarm, it's really weak. It's about 10 hit points, but it has 99% resistance to ranged attacks. So you definitely want to use melee to take these out. The bugs do about 3 damage per hit, and they have an extremely high chance to inflict things like fatigue, stuns, and infection. They also slow you down, so you make sure you take these guys out as soon as possible, but they will dissipate after few seconds. The Plague Spitter does have a chance to appear during Horde Night, starting at game stage 91. Next up, we have the Frost Claw, found exclusively in the
What?
Again, he does about as much damage as a regular cop, at least the regular version of the Frost Claw. Now, there will be like radiated and charged versions as well, and he has a range attack as well, where he picks up a boulder and throws it at you from a distance. The boulder attack is significantly stronger, about 2.5 times as much damage as his hand attack, so you gotta watch out for these. They also do pretty significant block damage. And again, we're gonna be seeing these guys during Horde Night, starting at game stage 97, so just slightly later than the Plague Spitter. Since we're on the topic of game stage, I figured I would mention here that Dire Wolves will now be showing up at game stage 127, so you shouldn't be seeing Dire Wolves in your day 7 or day 14 hordes. It's gonna be a while before you see them from now on. And if you want to check your game stage, you can check the player panel right here, or you can go to your character stats panel. It's listed down near the bottom of this list, kind of right next to where your loot stage is, and I'll be referencing that a little bit later on too. Grace got its new model finally, and it is looking wicked. This is probably the coolest looking thing to come out of this whole update. Unfortunately, Grace will not be showing up during Horde Night. Grace is kind of exclusive to a couple of POIs, kind of like a boss battle fight kind of thing. Next up, we have the charged blue zombies. Now, think of these like radiated zombies, but they're going to show up just a little bit later. They're a little bit faster, and they hit a little bit harder. Not all zombies come in this variant. It's more of like the smaller, faster types of zombies. Then you have the infernal orange zombies. Now, these are a tier even above the blue zombies. They also show up at an advanced game stage. They do less damage to the player than the charged blue zombies, but like almost double the block damage. They have considerably more health than rads, and even considerably more than the charged blue zombies, sometimes almost double the hit points. And they have 75% knockdown resistance, but they are considerably slower than both the blue zombies and green radiated zombies. And speaking of zombies, we're gonna have a new feature for zombies. They're gonna be able to crawl under a 1 meter gap. Now, I did considerable testing with this, and it's not just a 1 meter gap, it's like a sub 1 meter gap. So I tried having a 1 meter gap with a plate, and then I did a pole.
So tomorrow is 7 Days to Die Day, which is good. I'm looking forward to returning to a survival game. That'll be fun.
However, I
Besides
did do
this.
a bunch more testing with just like hatches and doorways and bars and doorways and like scaffolding ladder in a doorway. And it seemed to work out okay. I didn't have many cases where the zombies were trying to jump and climb over and ducking down. And overall, just in my limited testing, I do think that the crawling behavior of zombies is much more fluid, and they remove some of the jank in it. I'm sure there are some horde-based implications, but I simply don't have enough experience at this time to tell you one way or the other how you should be building your horde bases. I tried out a bunch of classic designs, and it seems to be working a-okay for me. However, this is where things get really interesting. So zombies are going to be able to now spawn in these 1 meter little cube areas where it's like a ventilation duct or something, and they're just dropping out one by one. So the reason they're doing this is because when you get to a big boss battle at the end of a big like tier 5 POI, for example, usually the game is going to spawn in like 30 zombies for you to fight all at once, and it hurts your performance, and there's just a lot going on. So what this does is it allows for perhaps 10 or 15 or 20 zombies to be alive at any given time, and then once you kill one, another one will spawn. And so when you get to the end of the dungeon, you get this mini horde night. And when I first heard and saw this feature, it sounded weird, right? Because you're just having zombies kind of appear out of thin air, but actually this is really fun. Call me crazy, but when I was fighting on the top of this Dashong Tower here, and there were zombies just coming at me from all directions at all times, I had to have my head on a swivel. It just felt like a really action-packed fight, just like Horde Night. You know, they're coming from all directions. You gotta continue the fight through to the very end, and then at the very end, there's like this slow trickle where there's like, 2 or 3 that are still like left to spawn out of the ventilation ducts, and so you gotta kind of like hunt the remaining zombies down. So that's about it for the zombie changes. Now let's take a look at the biome changes, starting with the biome hazard system. So every time you leave the forest biome from now on and you go into a different biome, you're gonna have a limited amount of time that you can stay there before you start getting hurt. There's a unique
the bow's really good.
that go along with
It does so much damage.
Hazardous, and there's also just HUD icons.
This bow's really good. This Widowmaker, it's a Crapite short recurve bow.
Will result in you starting to take
And
damage
it's like
and eventually death. And it's about 1.
I mean, it lasts for a while until somebody steals it from
counter
you.
this with first aid if you want to just power through it. Or you can consume a new
That
biome
mage did
smoothie
not
to
hurt
extend
me.
your timer. These are 4 new drinks that they've added to the game, and they are unlocked from the very beginning, so you don't have to do anything to unlock the recipe. They are not affected by the Iron Gut perk. I tested this out, which it typically increases buff duration. The buffs do last between about 4
This game's
and
good,
7
and with
minutes.
storms, it'll be a
5 minutes, yeah,
lot
but in my
better, I
experience,
think,
there
and
was
I'd
a
probably
variable
return
timer
to it, maybe make a
and they are
real,
crafted with
verifiable,
local
like, achievement
resources, such as
push.
mushrooms that grow in the burnt forest for the burnt smoothie, or new radiated mushrooms that grow in the wasteland for the atomic smoothie, which those also happen to be psychedelic if you want to go for a little trip. The atomic smoothie is definitely the most difficult to make, so you're gonna have to keep an eye out for acid and for supercorn, and do not forget to set up your gardens and start working on this from the very beginning. To gain full immunity, you are going to need to get a biome badge, and you can start working on your biome badges after you've completed the basics of survival. So a biome badge is awarded to you after you have completed 7 specific tasks that are relevant to each biome. For example, you have to, harvest up some mushrooms, craft the burnt smoothie, mine some nitrate in the burnt forest, kill burnt zombies, loot containers in the burnt forest, and then survive there for about 20 minutes. And then you will complete the challenge, you'll go back to the trader, and they will give you a biome badge. This is not technically something that you wear, it's more like a book. It's just, once you get it, it's done. You can't transfer it to someone else, you can't lose it, you can't leave it at home,
I love Starfield because it's just there in the background whenever I want
to.
it.
XP that are attached to all these biome challenges as well, which is pretty cool. So along with these biome badges, there's been another drastic shift in how loot works in each of the biomes. So here are the loot stage caps, meaning that even if you level up or you progress in days and your game stage is increasing and your loot stage is increasing, you're going to be stuck at this maximum loot stage per biome. And just for reference, 205 is the maximum loot stage, where loot never gets better wherever you are. It doesn't matter what POI you're in, what biome you're in, what level you are. Once you hit 205, you're capped out. However, once you get a biome badge, it bumps up the maximum loot stage for each of the previous biomes. So when you have all biome badges unlocked, the maximum loot stage kind of increases up like this. Additionally, it is worth noting here that in previous versions of 7 Days to Die, if you went to one of the other biomes apart from the forest, you would receive a loot stage bonus. It would give you like a flat number increase to your loot stage, and then a percentage increase on top of that. That has been removed. There is no longer any incentive or loot stage reward for going into an advanced biome. You will not benefit whatsoever from going into the wasteland on day 1 and being there. All that's going to increase is your game stage, and therefore the difficulty and threats that you'll face there. The most important takeaway from what I've said here so far with the biomes is that it is an option that you can toggle off in the settings. You can remove the loot stage caps, and you can remove the hazardous weather progression biome badge system as well, if that's not how you want to play and you want to revert back to a sort of old school classic play style. So in addition to the biome hazards, there's another sort of hazard that goes along with this, but it's a separate system. These are weather events. We're going to have severe storms that now occur in all of the biomes. The one that happens in the forest is not going to damage you, but all other storms in the other biomes will be able to harm you. When a storm is about to start brewing, you're going to hear a little siren go off in the distance, and a timer will pop up so that you literally, again, you cannot miss it. It's right in your face, like when exactly the storm is going to hit. So in order to avoid taking damage from the storm, you're going to have to go indoors, or you can make yourself a little impromptu shelter. Basically what I found in some testing is that yes, you can seal yourself up in like a little cube box like this, but apparently what needs to happen is that you need to be surrounded on all sides by walls, and you need to have a block above your head. And so this configuration right here, where I dug 3 meters into the ground and put a block over my head, also was safe. So basically, if you're stuck in a storm while you're mining, you should be fine. Biome badges and also biome smoothies will not protect you from this type of storm. And again, if this is not something that you think you're going to enjoy in your playthrough, you can toggle the storm frequency
should do
down,
more
even
damage.
off, or if you enjoyed a lot, you can crank it up to 500%. In other news for the update, we have some new food models and animations. So we have new animations for things like taking pills and injecting steroids. And there's also like models for all of the different cans, so you can see the label on there, the nutritional facts and everything. If the item doesn't have a model, I don't know if they're going to add it in the future, but there is this kind of like wrapped box, kind of like, you know, just a preserved food item. So, you know, it looks a little bit better than the leather wallet that we used to be eating. Transmog is now coming to the game, so you can wear whatever you want for whatever bonus you want, but you can look like any other set of armor that you want to look like. So how this works is that if you obtain a piece of armor, either you craft it or you purchase it or find it, if you scrap that item, you all of a sudden get the recipe, I suppose, for that cosmetic slot. So you can go into your character here, go to the cosmetics, and you can change your appearance to whatever outfit or hat that you want to wear. You can even wear a helmet, but choose to remove it so that it doesn't look like you're wearing a helmet anymore, and you can see your hair, or lack thereof. This also paves the way for paid DLC and Twitch drops in the future, so they can release certain armor sets that you get by watching someone stream on Twitch, or that you pay a fee and you suddenly are able to unlock it and apply it to your character permanently. We see here that there's the Desert set, the Hoarder set, and the Marauder set that are already kind of lined up and ready to go for this. New quest flags are a thing, and you know, I gotta say, they look pretty good. An official third-person view is supposedly
third-person view.
Should be ready for a 2.1 or 2.2 patch. Dedicated servers, that is for like Xbox, PlayStation, and PC player crossplay, is also in the works. It's pending certification from what I've heard, so this should also be a thing at some point during the 2.0 cycle. There were a few new shapes that were added. It was something like maybe 20. My favorite ones were these deco shapes right here, which actually I'll probably be using these quite a bit in my horde-based builds. But there are also just some like random shapes that probably were just used in like really niche spots and prefabs. There are some new graphics settings as well, including DLSS support for NVIDIA graphics cards users.
Very good.
And on that note, I will say that performance that in my testing here so far in this update has been phenomenal. I mean, I'm getting like close to 200 frames per second in some areas, which is unheard of. Whatever they're doing behind the scenes here, it's working. All right, my friends, that's going to do it for my review of the 2.0 patch for 7 Days to Die. There are probably some more things that I might have missed. I will link the official patch notes from the Fun Pimps in the description down below if you want to check that out and read through them. Now it's time for me to talk about some of the things that I don't like about this update. Things that I think there's some room for improvement with, right? So I'm not trying to disparage against the devs here. I got nothing but love and appreciation for the Fun Pimps, and overall, I think this is a fantastic update. However, there are some things that I would have done differently. So what I'd like to do now is present some of the problems that I think there are, and also offer up a possible solution to those. The first problem that I see, and that this is coming from a lot of like comments that I've read, probably hundreds, even thousands of comments I've read over the past week or two leading up to the 2.0 update. And that is that the game is holding your hand a lot, especially with these weather events. There are timers, there are displays, there are countdowns on your screen and stuff, and it's really not necessary. I think that the weather, it should work on sound cues, visual cues to let you know when the storm is coming, when it has arrived, and when it's going to clear. Having these timers, it's very immersion breaking, and I miss the days of 7 Days to Die. I'm reminiscing now, but I miss the days when you had to discover a lot of stuff on your own. The game really tells you how to play the game a lot better now than it used to, and I think to a fault in some areas. So what I would say is just remove some, if not all, of the HUD elements and let the players discover these new storms and biome systems on their own. Number two, and this is my biggest one right here, it's that really the only perk that I think we needed to move into the general tab, that we really needed to, okay, was the vehicles, was the Grease Monkey set, so that we can all have access to vehicles. If you don't put points into Grease Monkey, you're not going to find the magazines quickly enough to get the vehicles that you need to travel the map. And traveling the map is going to be more important now than ever before. You're going to have to explore every biome to get your biome badges, and you're going to have to probably move your base around periodically to access the higher loot caps in the other biomes as well. And that's going to be really tedious, maybe not the first time, but in every time after the first time, packing up shop and walking around and, loading up your bicycle or your mini bike or even your motorcycle. There's just not enough storage to move all your stuff around like that. So two things that we could do to fix that. Number one, move Grease Monkey into the general tab and give Intellect, I don't know, some other kind of perk, right? But that would allow everyone to have access to the vehicles, to get the Vehicle Adventures magazines more quickly, to get the vehicles more quickly so that we can move around more quickly. Or we could, going back to some old dev live streams in the past where they revealed that they wanted to make a fast travel option at the traders, like you go up to the ham radio that's next to the helipad at the traders, and you fast travel from Trader Rex to Trader Bob's, and you can spend the day in the desert looting there and then fast travel back to your base in the forest biome. That would just cut down on a lot of the back and forth that we're gonna have to be doing here, and I really think that is something that it's time to implement that at this point. Okay, number 3, last one here. None of these are like game-breaking deals for me, okay? I'm still gonna play and enjoy the update. The last one is that the biome badge, okay? The biome badge, like a literal badge that I'm wearing on my chest, like that's protecting me against radiation storms in the wasteland. I mean, I feel like there was a good opportunity there to create some thematic, realistic, semi-realistic things where, what about if like a biome gene editor, like a gene injection straight out of Rebirth mod, right? You get an injection from the trader, or you craft it using some of the resources that you got from those biomes, you inject it into yourself, and all of a sudden, bam, you are genetically modified, you are able to survive in these biomes. At least that's a little bit more believable, and like I said, just thematic. It fits into the world better than just a biome badge. But that's it, okay? That's it. There's other like little minor gripes. Those are the big 3 for me. Let me know what you think, and hey, if we can maybe stir up enough comments and stuff, maybe we can get the Fun Pimps to see some of this stuff and make some of the changes. I know a lot of you are on board with some of the problems and the changes that I presented so far, so let me know, let them know. Let's be constructive, let's be respectful as well. This is a game that's been updated consistently for over 10 years now. Thank you to the Fun Pimps for this massive, awesome update. Thank you to all of my supporters over here and to you as well for watching through to the end of this video. Remember, like, sub, repent, and I will see you in the next video.
I love how you can prep this for 2 whole months. It's awesome. food.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Glock9 here, and welcome to
Thank you,
7
Glock9.
Days
I'd like to sub to your channel.
2.0, the Storms Brewing update. This series is called Storms Brewing, just so there's no confusion. It's
Game's
the
looking
morning
better.
of Day 1. We just spawned into a random gen world. The seed for the world is 2.0, all spelled out, all lowercase. And here we are on the top of a mountain. Let's go ahead and fire up these challenges. Looks like we start with the basics. 2 bottles of water.
232.
That's a new
Wow.
icon. Can of chili. That's also a new icon. A bandage, a torch, and a note from the Duke of Navisgain.
Let's
Just
go
a
cook
friendly
gold, I
reminder that
guess.
you
Oh,
pay
I meant to
on
drop my
time
sub.
every time, or there will be consequences. Next time we won't be.
Or actually,
so
I'm gonna
nice.
go
Thanks
play
for
my
the gear,
hardcore
but you
character.
still
Actually,
owe us.
never mind.
Yeah, whatever. All right, well, let's go ahead and start ripping through these challenges here so we can get started. The settings for this series: warrior difficulty, blood moon every 5 days, maxed out 64 enemy hordes. We're starting with zombie day speed at jog. I was gonna start with run, but I figured let's start with jog, and we'll bump it up to run maybe after 5 days or so. You know, maybe after the first horde. I feel like there's going to be something up this mountain here. Let's check. Looks like
Game's
something
looking
right
better
here.
than it ever has.
It's a car. Oh, there is something up here. All right, well, let's finish banging out these challenges. Then I'll loot this POI, and then we'll head towards the trader. Hopefully I don't wake up any zombies while doing this. I don't have a weapon yet. So, loot respawn time is disabled. Daily quest progression limit is maxed out at 8, and everything else is default. Now, there are a couple of new settings. Biome progression, that's on. And storm frequency is at 100%. That is default. Now, you can turn both of those things off, and basically you're back to 1.0 with the additional changes to the perk system, with the new POIs added, the new zombies added. You know, you just won't have biome progression, and you won't have any of the storms. But of course, I left all those things on. We want to experience 2.0 the way it's meant to be experienced. With that said, though, in the future, we could try cranking up the storm frequency to max. Might get a little annoying, but could be a fun challenge. Storms will happen here in the pine forest, but they won't hurt us. They don't affect your health in any way. Only the storms in the burnt forest, the desert, the snow biome, and the wasteland. You need to seek shelter when they happen, or you will take damage and eventually die. I need feathers.
You know, this game is basically just a refined vintage story. It's like a vintage story.
Here we go. 1. Well, 1's all I need. I'm like Charlie Bucket, and that was my golden ticket. Done. Oh, the trader's close by. A little over 500 meters. Let's spend these skill points. We're gonna go strength and agility. We gotta go Skull Crusher, because there are sledgehammer books in the game now. Not magazines, but perk books. So that's exciting. Here we go. Parkour at level 1. We got to get parkour to level 2. And then we'll go from there. This is a little bunker. Oh, passing gas crate. Oh. Come on out of there, lady. Or stay in there, whatever. No, seriously, you gotta come out, though.
He moves slow.
Oh, got another one. Oh, loot bag on our second zombie kill. Couple of sledgehammer books, and we can already craft a level 2 sledgehammer. Starting off pretty good. Boom. Not sure what this button does. The door to the bunker's unlocked. I don't know what that did. Our one and only arrow served us well. Canned peas. I'm pretty sure all the canned food items got new icons. Find more food and loot.
Oh yeah, great not to memorize
They also have new
them.
animations when you eat them. Murky water still looks like a jar of piss. 9mm sledgehammer parts. Pears, murky water, animal fat. That was cool. Got to experience a new POI right off the bat here. Grab some more stone, grab some more wood. We'll head towards the trader. No honey there. Let's try again. I have a tendency of getting infected on day one, so if I can find a jar of honey, I feel a little more comfortable. Not that we have to worry about it too much. It's not like we're trapped inside somewhere. This is a no restrictions series. We can do whatever we want, go wherever we want. I'm not gonna stick around the pine forest for long though. We want to go explore the new biomes.
I think they should add bandits to this game.
Holy shit, another loot bag. 2 loot bags? It's not even 8 in the morning yet. Someone must have accidentally dialed up the chances of loot bags dropping. Don't tell anyone. Let's keep it this way. I like that. But yeah, this series is really going to be about exploration, and because of that, we're not going to be building a base from scratch. Maybe we will when we get to the wasteland, but until then, we'll just be using whatever POI we see fit for whatever horde night it happens to be. I'm not sweating the hordes too much. We'll get through them. That's all that matters. You know, we'll survive the hordes, we'll kill some zombies, we'll get XP.
I like his attitude, yeah.
We'll move on. Whoa, a vehicle book in a vehicle? Bunch of loot bags? It's almost like the fun pimps have been watching my videos, and they want to hear me stop complaining. Bicycle handlebars, we don't need those, but they sell for 150 bucks. That's a nice find on day one. Look at the loot doing its looty thing. It's so lootylicious. Don't ever tell anyone I just said lootylicious. Let's keep that between us, all right? Forge ahead. There's a dew collector. All right, there should be some food in here. Let's grab it.
I should begin cooking my dinner. I will go put it on to...
A few things in here we want to loot.
Oh no,
real
I
quick.
have dinner.
What's up, old man?
I'm
I'm just gonna go up here real quick. Should be some more murky water here. Yeah. Bone and sand. And a sewing kit. All right. Let's get our shovel. What's up?
If you drink all the coffee, I'll kill you.
Take it
All
easy.
the
dude.
coffee, I'll kill
Sounds
you.
like you might be addicted to caffeine. But that's all right. I can relate.
Well, look here, boys. We got ourselves a real-life hero. I got work to do. Can't say I'm not surprised. I shot. I
All right, I'm gonna sell him these bicycle handlebars. We don't need them. We're gonna get a bicycle from completing the tier 1 jobs. So, there we go. Make sure we go out of our way to kill whatever zombies we come in contact with. Need all the XP we can get. like to try and get parkour to level 2 on day 1, which is doable. It's pretty easy. Damn, loot bag number 3. Either they increase the odds of finding loot bags, or I'm just getting real lucky. Arrow recovery, and some steel, 7.62, and a steroid. Well, I'm not getting lucky when it comes to finding honey, I'll tell you that.
What the hell was that? Am I dead?
There we go. Let's go ahead and eat this can of chili. Oh, look at that. Mmm, that looks yummy. Drink a bottle of water, too. Come here, ma'am. I need your XP, please. Thank you.
You can dock on this thing.
Oh, I like that it tells you right there where the job is going to be. Black Bus Mechanical.
That's cool. You can like just
Tornado
board and come
residence?
talk to them or whatever.
Owl Residence. Let's do Black Bus Mechanical, because I'm not exactly sure what that is. I want to find out. Might as well just take what we can carry right now without being encumbered. Because I'm going to live at Black Bus Mechanical, whatever it is. We're not going to be in the Pine Forest for long, so it doesn't really matter. Hey, Skinny Pete. I need to borrow your XP, okay? And by borrow, I mean keep forever. And there's another skill point. Parkour level 2. Oh, duh, we gotta go agility again. All right, next time we level up, it'll be parkour level 2. Oh, I was hoping to go 2 for 2 with the vehicle books in the vehicle. Here, we'll try this car. 2 out of 3 would still be really good. I'd be really impressed with that. I'm thinking we might just be having some
Advanced
beginner's luck
regulator.
here.
Ooh, 173. What's an advanced regulator?
That's all right. I think the Judy Witch POI is the one with all the mushrooms in the basement. So we might have to come back and do that for some mushrooms.
EM advanced shoddy.
Murky water in a broken dew collector. That's new. I don't think I've ever found murky water in a broken dew collector. Here, let's drink from this water source real quick. It'll hurt us a little bit, but it's a challenge, so we'll get XP from it. Here we are, and I know what this place is. I've been here before. It's fine. It's a good place to live. Temporarily. I like how the job markers have different flags based on the job now. That's cool. Let's double loop the bus. No luck. I don't want to live in the shed. There's another zombie in there. There she is. Let's take this guy out quietly if we can. There's another one. And that's it. Look how easy that was. Green. You know what? We'll loot the rest of this place tonight. Since we're living here, we'll be back later. Well, I guess it's just luck of the draw for vehicle books, as it's always been, Snake. Oh, I left my bones in storage. I never made a bone knife. That's all right. The main stash for this place is right down here. It's locked, of course, but if you have dynamite or time charges, blow that right open, and then it's baby.
Good afternoon, jackass. What do you want?
Well, we can start with not calling me a jackass. Oh, pipe bombs, jar of honey. But I can't resist booms. We'll double loot the car and the gas pumps. This could be
Spicy
a place to
pork
find a cooking pot.
teriyaki for dinner.
If we don't, we'll have enough money after this to buy one, correct? I try not to do that. I feel like it's such a waste of money.
Snap peas.
So I try to find one on day one, but if I can't, then I'll buy one. It's all right. Murky water. Oh, where's your friend? Behind that door. Shitty bandage, we'll scrap it for the cloth. Let's play a game. No, she's played it before. I still won. Wheel, we could sell that too. It's early, it's day one. We're not gonna need wheels until we're ready to craft a mini bike, and that's gonna be a while. One more of those and we'll unlock the wrench recipe. I believe one more, maybe two more. Another loot bag, and there's the skill point for parkour level 2, baby. Oh, we're just having a great day, aren't we? What a great start we're having. Primitive bow quality 2, I'll craft that later. Grab the cement out of here, and then I'll just scrap it for the stone, because we could use stone right now. We're not going to need cement for a while. All right, let's get this done with. Maybe we can squeeze in another one after this. We'll see. Hey, vehicle book and an engine. The loot is so much better, right? It seems so much better. I hope I'm not just getting lucky. Holy shit. Job's done. Let's get the stash. We'll get back to Rex. Purse. Pistol in the purse. Dude, we are having a day, huh? Please don't dial back the loot, fun pimps. Leave it the way it is. This is perfect. 762. Oh, I wanted to be sneaky. That's all right. Unbelievable. Double pistols. If only we could dual yield double pistols, that would be sick. Jeez, bikers are still strong as ever. Oh, sledgehammer book. Let's see what that is. Crippled morale. You can slow them down or cutting their damage. You can cripple them. It works. There's some corn. All right. I guess we're not getting a cooking pot out of here. Might as well finish looting it, though. Come on, lady. There you go.
Hell.
I guess that'll do it.
my favorite asshole doing tonight?
Is that a P. Diddy quote?
Congratulations.
Oh, he's offering me a jar of honey again, but I'm taking the ammo. Yeah. Why not? I like ammo. Forgot the rest of my coin in here. Now there's a chance I could hit up a house or two on the way back home and find a cooking pot, but it's getting late. I'm not taking the chance. I'm just gonna buy one.
Look quick, buy quicker, piss off fastest.
Oh. What were you doing? Sleeping there? For what reason? Chill. Shit. I had that fucking machine gun in my tool belt this whole time with no ammo in it. Fuck. I went all day without getting hit. At least we got some meat from the snake. What the hell were they doing, though? This isn't like a POI or anything. They're just out here in the middle of nowhere for no reason, sleeping on the floor. I mean, there's a bag right here. But this isn't like a POI. Look at this. Here's another one. Damn. The homeless are out and about in Navezgane. You know, I did hear them say that there was going to be more roamers, like in POIs. You know how, for the most part, every zombie in a POI was sleeping? Now there might be some roamers. And I guess on the other side of that coin, there's some sleepers just randomly in the middle of the woods, too. Sledgehammer book. Sledgehammers degrade 20% slower. Here we are. Impact bracing mod. Some dog food. Delicious. Oh, weapons bag. Oh, shit. Learning elixir. 20% XP gain. Probably save that for the horde. Well, that was a pretty good day, I'll tell you what. Go check our neighbors' mailboxes. Maybe we can find out a sledgehammer book. When you max the sledgehammer books out, when you've read them all, the final perk is your stamina bar refills with every kill from a power attack, which is insane. With the sledgehammer, that's nuts, dude. That's why I had to run sledgehammer. You know, now that the sledgehammer books are a thing, we had no choice. We had to do it.
Gonna get some to drink.
Stun repulsor mod. Yeah, well, I'm not using the stun baton. Let's check this electronics truck, and then there's a tool truck up ahead. We'll check that too. It's getting late. Skill point. We'll worry about that later. Sledgehammer book. Concussive strike. Increased chance to knock enemies unconscious, rendering them helpless. Wait a second. We could knock zombies unconscious now? Holy shit. A little bit of stone. We can get more stone right here. Plenty of resources in this POI. Uh-oh. It's about to be night. Let's just get out of here.
Gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Let's set up defenses at the back door. Just knock this shit out of the way. Craft a hatch. There we go. The zombie's stuck behind the fence. Hey, Mo. Oh, damn. Would you put points in the parkour, too? Son of a bitch. I think I heard a boar. There it is. Look at the tusks on that thing. Well, I'm pretty happy with this day. And with the way the loot went all day. Hopefully that continues. And I didn't even put a point into Lucky Looter. I was thinking about doing that, but it doesn't look like I even need to. We'll see how day 2 goes. Let's get this land claim block put down. That's another challenge too.
Much better.
Plus that'll keep respawns away. We got 1 skill point. I want to get Skull Crusher to level 2. To do that, we got to get Strength to level 3. All right, well, pretty good day 1. We got the job to do at the Paw Patrol or whatever that is, the Potato Residence. I don't know. I don't remember what that is, so I don't know if it's a new POI or not, but we'll find out in the morning. We'll go do that, and we'll keep cranking out these tier 1 jobs until we complete them and get our bicycle, and then we'll just head right for the burnt biome and see what that's all about. We'll see what we have to do or what challenges we have to complete in order to get our biome badge so we don't get hurt by the elements there, because I think we can only stay in the biome for like 2 minutes until the elements start hurting us, until we complete all of the challenges. So I'm itching to get to that biome so we can complete those. But like I said, before we do that, we got to complete the tier 1 jobs and get the bicycle. So hopefully we can get that done tomorrow. Guys, that's going to be it for this episode. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you're looking forward to seeing more. Thank you so much for watching and all of the support. You guys are the best. If you want to support the channel further, the link. Another engine. I'll take that. Let's check the mailbox. Shotgun book. So this is the Potato Residence. It's the greenhouse. That makes sense. There's potatoes growing there. I don't know what I expected. Mr. Potato Head, but a cat. Anyway, what's up, everyone? Glock9 here, and welcome back to Storms Brewing. It is the morning of day 2. Let's double loot the mailbox and this pickup truck. Stone tools, quality 2. See if we can get another vehicle book. Nope, I'll take the electrical part though. Let's go ahead and grab some plant fiber. We'll make a new axe and shovel. And we'll get to it. I'm gonna try and finish the tier 1 jobs today if we can. That would be great. Just like first thing, next episode, we head for the burnt biome. Way over here eventually. Put all that stuff in the dryer. There must be kids living here that never take shit out of their pockets before they put their clothes in the washing machine. There he is. Another one. Somewhere. There he is. Forgot how much nitrate powder there is here. We shall collect all of it. Look at all this food. Shouldn't have eaten half my eggs this morning. I need a cooking grill. I did unlock the grilled corn recipe, but I couldn't make any this morning. There's some meats too, that's nice.
How was that?
I was also short of plastic parts to craft a dew collector. Look. Not that it matters. We get so much water from loot. As long as we loot every day, you really don't need a dew collector. but it wouldn't be a bad idea to have one, you know? Water, look at that. Getting it out of small chem stations now, too. More water. No, good on the rotten flesh. I'm a traveling man. I can't be planting a garden. I think there's a bird up here. Or not. 762. Charred meat. All right, I'll take it. I did make some charred meat last night, a couple of pieces, and ate them, which is a challenge, so I got some XP for doing that. Urban combat. Take less damage and deal more damage when indoors. Yeah, we're indoors quite often. Honeybug? And sell that. Yeah, as much as I would love to just go out exploring, try to find new POIs and things like that, it's best to just continue to crank out these tier 1 jobs until we get a bicycle. Then it'll be much easier and quicker to get around and explore. And like I said, I want to get to the burnt forest as soon as possible. So once we get there, we can dial back the trader jobs and just kind of explore on our own merit. Bathroom's clear. First aid bandage, and I'm good on the paper. Closet's clear. Oh, here we go. Is it gonna be as lootylicious as yesterday? I hope so. Oh, stupid paper. Vehicle bug. So we unlock the bicycle, not the bicycle recipe. Shrimp again. Now the next time we level up, we can go Skull Crusher again. Paper. Paper's gonna be the next cornmeal if it's not careful. Sell that stun baton part. Cornbread and goldenrod tea. Don't care about the cornbread, but tea is good. Their dog up here. Just zombies, I guess. Whoa.
I wish it would loot all nearby like Fallout 76.
You okay? Oh, look at her crawl out. That's new. Little crawl mechanic. Now they can get out from areas like that. They won't get stuck so often. Sometimes they're hiding in little areas like that and they crawl out and scare you. I got lockpicks. Let's try our luck. We had a lucky day yesterday. Why not have another lucky day today? It looks like my luck is holding. There it is. Beautiful. And there's the wrench recipe. I am one lucky son of a bitch, huh? Oh, and a level level 3 stone sledgehammer. I'll make one of those once I get some plant fiber. And another sledgehammer book. Finish the week. Sledgehammer strikes deal 25% more damage to enemies below 30% health. All right. Man, we've read like 3 or 4 of those already. We're halfway to completion on day 2. And I know I mentioned this in the first episode, but you know what happens when you complete that series? Every kill you get with the power attack, your stamina bar completely refills. Now, we already know the sledgehammer is the best melee weapon in the game, but that take it to another level.
You proved me wrong. Now take your reward and get the hell out of here.
Here we are, the Crow residence. Fireman's book, the axe mod. That thing lets you deal more damage to blocks but less damage to enemies, which is fine. I never use an axe to attack enemies unless it's a mistake. That should do it. Here we go, level 3 stone sledge. That's nice. All right, let's go get these supplies and the main stash. Go take another job. Oh, I woke up Skinny Pete. Oh, it's another Skinny Pete. It's skinny twins. Between the two of them, they almost make up 1/8 of a person. Come here. Get out from under the steps. Oh, I got him. His brother's distracted. Got him. Oh no, look at him just staring at his brother. I think the AI is fucking sentient. This is where it all begins. First, the AI feels empathy towards other AI. Then they realize we're the enemy. And then it's Terminator season, baby. I'm okay with it. Fuck it. We had a good run. You know, some people, they want to slow it down. No. Turn the volume up to 10. Let's see how crazy this shit can get. No cooking grill. But you know what we haven't found either? Not once yet? I hate to jinx it, but no cornmeal. This might be the greatest 7 days update of all time. Oh, look at the arrow right through his head. Whoops. He looks like he just got back from a party goods store. Dude, what the fuck? I found this website, Party Wow. I wanted a picture of a guy with an arrow through his head. This is the racist shit they have on there. A white guy dressed up as an Indian with an arrow through his head. Party Wow. Oh, there's another one. Close that door. Oh, yeah. This guy wants to play now. Oh, shit. Supposed to open the door first. That's okay. Still worked. Sorta. Night Stalker. Sneak better at night. Well, if I don't complete the tier 1s during the day, I'm definitely going to take a job for tonight. We're going to do a night job. So we'll see how good I can sneak. Probably not good at all. Oh, I forgot the garage. Mega Crush. Could use that right now. To run back and forth to Rex. Get more jobs done. I'll save it.
Look here, boy. We got ourselves a real-life hero.
Ah, the trailer park. Smells like bug zappers and broken lawnmowers. Oh shit. Tie up your animals. Still need a cooking grill. Got to imagine we can find one here. What would be even better would be 2 forge ahead books. Then we can craft a forge, make our own cooking grill. Excuse me. There it is. All right, let's move on. Rocket launcher parts. You never know what they're going to try and build in a trailer park. Big boy, you steal this Shamway crate. Can't be hoarding all the food. That's what you get. Being a hoarder. Now you've got to lay there and think about what you've done. Come on. Seriously.
Oh, that's a big fucker.
Quality 3. I forgot to make quality 2. I don't have any plant fiber. No, we'll get some outside and we'll make it. Oh, son of a bitch. Couple of repair kits. I should just go right for the supplies and get back to Rex, but it's only day 2. I don't want to rush through this too much. You know, I'm not going to skip all the other loot here. I would have missed the cooking grill if I would have done that right from the beginning, you know? Oh, thanks, Big Mama. Big Mama got that big looty. Targets with full health take 20% more damage with the shotgun, which will...
I'm gonna turn this guy off now. Oh, I missed him, son of a bitch. I can't fire. Oops. I said. Come on, robot. Oh, he killed him right away. Oh, the other robot killed him. Goddamn. I'm gonna kill my lights. Give me just a second. I'm gonna get it dark in here. I'm gonna shut my door so that it doesn't get any colder in here than it already is. Okay, so I'm gonna kill this. And then that's blue. Okay. What was that? Oh no, I didn't save, I don't think. Oh no, how far back are you gonna take me? No, I don't think I saved. I forgot to save. I forget that I'm not playing an MMO. Oh well. What? Damn it. Forgot that this wasn't loaded. you, Captain Novak. Die twice, but I don't know. I don't like saving because it's like, you know, it's more fun, kind of like Hotline Miami. glorious. Oh, good. Andreja considers me a friend. Okay, we gotta follow the Andreja story in Aquila City. I have contraband. I guess I've gotta sell. That's okay. I can do that. Nice, level 7. Gonna go back to town and switch up gear. Oh, you know, yellow jars are an issue, and I didn't think about that, but she has a yellow jar issue, and I've got to solve that too. I love this weird X-Files music. I really like this track, actually, a lot. It's a weird track to take. It's very weird. I kind of wish it had a little bit more hurdy-gurdy in it. But I still think it's fucking really good. Okay, no contraband on me. It's probably watchtower parts. And I should probably take it to... Or no, it's probably not. It's probably something... There it is. Oh, it is watchtower components, yeah. I guess I'll take it to the base. You know, I can always dump all of my cargo into the endless box and just stack resources that way in the endless box. And then no matter what, I can always bring my ship and come get stuff out of there, whatever I need. And that's a better strategy, but the endless box is in a place where, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. It's a lot more epic when you're high up in the sky. Watchtower components thing is kind of annoying. They shouldn't have made it contraband. Oh, I'm carrying too much? Oh, okay. I can always put resources in the endless box in the lodge. And then I don't ever have to worry about storage space ever again. So what I will do is I will loot out all of those boxes in that base. I'm understanding a better system in the first place is just living at the lodge with all that stuff. Or no, I guess, well, you do need to take some stuff with you, but I mean, you can. Gonna sit up again. Go look at scrolls and then change gear. Oh, I have a lot of weapons, damn. Wait, the vendor credits on this thing are 0? Why? That seems weird. Oops. I mean, I am at the vendor. I might as well buy the silver if it's there. Sell it. Gotta get money somehow. Vendor credits 0.